Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell. Tap the like button and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight. Chapter 1. The Gamblers of Bilgewater. In the salt-stained taverns where pirates count their coin and merchants weigh their lies, two souls found each other among the chaos of Bilgewater's endless night. Tonight, as the distant sound of waves mingles with our quiet contemplation, let us journey to that lawless port where friendship was born from shared ambition and sealed with mutual trust that would be tested by the cruelest of betrayals. Picture yourself standing on the weathered docks of Bilgewater, where the air hangs thick with brine and the smoke of 1,000 different trades. The city sprawls before you like a wound in the world's side, all ramshackle buildings and crooked alleys, where every shadow might hide a cutthroat and every smile might mask a swindler. This is a place where the desperate come to reinvent themselves, where the ambitious come to claim their fortunes, and where the clever come to prey upon both. It was here, in this crucible of vice and opportunity, that two young men would meet and forge a bond that would define both their destinies. Malcolm Graves arrived in Bilgewater with gunpowder under his fingernails and rebellion in his heart. A broad-shouldered young man with calloused hands and eyes that had seen too much hardship for his years, he carried himself with the careful confidence of someone who had learned that strength and cunning were the only currencies that mattered in a harsh world. His massive shotgun, Destiny, rested across his back like a promise of violence, its twin barrels gleaming with the kind of care that spoke of intimate familiarity with death and the tools that delivered it. Graves had come from the mainland territories, fleeing a past that followed him like smoke from a burning building. Perhaps it was a family debt that could never be repaid, or a crime that demanded blood for blood. The specifics mattered less than the weight they carried, the way they shaped his shoulders into a defensive hunch, and taught his eyes to constantly scan for threats. Bilgewater offered him what few places could: anonymity among the anonymous, purpose among the purposeless, and the chance to become someone new while remaining true to the core of who he had always been. In those early days, Graves worked the kinds of jobs that kept a man fed but never satisfied. He served as muscle for petty crime lords, collected debts for loan sharks who operated out of tavern back rooms, and occasionally hired his gun out to merchant vessels that needed protection from the very pirates they would later trade with, once safely in port. It was honest work, in the way that any work could be honest in a city where honesty itself was just another commodity to be bartered or sold. But even in a city of rogues and cutthroats, Graves stood apart. There was something in his bearing that spoke of nobility, not of birth but of character, a code of conduct that he followed even when it cost him profit or put him at disadvantage. He kept his word when given, protected those he was paid to protect, and never shot a man in the back unless that man had earned such treatment through his own treachery. In Bilgewater, such principles were often seen as weaknesses, but Graves wore them like armor, understanding that a man who stood for nothing would fall for anything. It was during one of those early jobs, a simple debt collection that had turned complicated in the way that simple things often did in Bilgewater, that Graves first encountered the man who would become both his closest friend and his greatest source of pain. The debtor in question was a tavern keeper who had borrowed money to expand his establishment and then found himself unable to repay when a rival establishment burned down half his customer base along with their coin purses. The situation had escalated when the tavern keeper hired protection of his own, leading to a tense standoff in the narrow alley behind his establishment. Graves had been prepared for violence, his hand resting easy on Destiny's stock, when a voice spoke from the shadows with the kind of smooth confidence that could either diffuse a situation or make it infinitely worse. The voice belonged to a lean young man who stepped into the lamplight with a deck of cards dancing between his fingers like living things, each card catching and reflecting the flickering flame with an almost hypnotic rhythm. This was Tobias Felix, though he had already begun using the name that would make him famous throughout the criminal underworld. Twisted Fate, where Graves was all solid muscle and straightforward purpose. Tobias was quicksilver and misdirection, a man who seemed to exist in the spaces between certainties. His dark hair was slicked back in the fashion of a gentleman gambler, and his coat, while well-tailored, bore the subtle signs of constant travel and the occasional need for quick departures. But it was his eyes that captured attention and held it. They were the color of gold coins caught in candlelight, and they held within them an intelligence that seemed to calculate odds and possibilities faster than most men could form thoughts. When Tobias looked at a situation, he saw not just what was, but what could be, what might be, and what would be if the right pressure were applied at the right moment with the right leverage. "Gentlemen," Tobias said, his voice carrying just the hint of an accent that might have been from anywhere or nowhere, "surely we can resolve this matter without resorting to the crude mathematics of violence. After all, dead men pay no debts, and dead collectors collect nothing." What followed was a masterclass in negotiation and misdirection. Tobias proposed a simple card game, winner takes all, with the debt as stakes. It seemed straightforward enough, but nothing involving Twisted Fate was ever quite what it seemed. Through a combination of legitimate skill, strategic psychology, and the kind of sleight of hand that bordered on the supernatural, he managed to not only resolve the debt situation, but create a scenario where all parties walked away feeling like they had gotten a fair deal. Graves watched the entire performance with the appreciation of a professional recognizing true artistry, where he solved problems with direct action and overwhelming force. Tobias solved them with lateral thinking and an almost preternatural ability to read people's desires and fears. They were complementary approaches, different tools suited for different jobs, and Graves found himself wondering what might be accomplished if those tools were combined. After the other parties had departed, counting their small victories and nursing their minor wounds, Graves approached the gambler, who had turned a potential bloodbath into a profitable evening for all involved. "That was well played," he said, offering the kind of straightforward compliment that men like him rarely gave, and never gave lightly. Tobias smiled, an expression that seemed to contain multitudes of meaning, and began shuffling his cards in a pattern that was both mesmerizing and somehow ominous. "In my experience," he replied, "the best games are the ones where everyone thinks they're winning right up until the moment they realize they've already lost." There was something in that statement that should have served as a warning, a glimpse into a philosophy that would eventually drive a wedge between them. But in that moment, under the flickering lamplight of a Bilgewater alley, it sounded like wisdom. It sounded like partnership. It sounded like the beginning of something that could make them both rich and powerful and free. Over the following weeks, they found themselves working together more and more frequently. Graves would provide the muscle and the intimidation factor, while Tobias would handle the planning and the psychological manipulation. It was a partnership born of mutual respect and practical necessity, but it grew into something deeper as they learned to trust each other's judgment and rely on each other's skills. They developed their own language of glances and gestures, a way of communicating that allowed them to coordinate their efforts without alerting their marks or their enemies. Graves learned to read the subtle signals that indicated when Tobias was bluffing and when he was completely serious, while Tobias learned to interpret the different types of silence that Graves employed and what each one meant in terms of immediate danger or long-term strategy. Their early jobs were small-scale affairs, confidence games targeting wealthy merchants who thought they were too clever to be fooled, protection rackets that operated more on reputation than actual violence, and the occasional theft of items that their owners would never officially admit to possessing. They were learning their trade together, developing the skills and instincts that would eventually make them legends in their field. But more than that, they were learning to be friends. In the taverns where they celebrated their successes and drowned their failures, they shared stories of their pasts and dreams of their futures. Graves spoke little, but when he did speak, his words carried weight and meaning. Tobias spoke often, weaving tales that might have been true or might have been elaborate fabrications designed to entertain and misdirect, but which always contained kernels of genuine emotion and authentic experience. They discovered shared values beneath their different approaches to life. Both men prized loyalty above almost all other virtues. Both understood that their word, once given, was sacred, and both recognized that in a world full of people who would betray you for pocket change, finding someone you could truly trust was more valuable than any treasure they might steal together. As their reputation grew and their jobs became more ambitious, they began to attract attention from the major players in Bilgewater's criminal hierarchy. Crime lords who had dismissed them as small-time operators began to see their potential, offering them work that carried greater risks but also greater rewards. It was the beginning of their rise through the ranks of Bilgewater's underworld, an ascension that would test their friendship, challenge their principles, and ultimately lead them to a moment of choice that would change everything between them. But for now, in these early days of partnership and possibility, they were simply two young men who had found in each other something that had been missing from their lives. They were family by choice rather than blood, brothers forged in the crucible of shared danger and mutual trust. They were twisted fate and Graves, and together they believed they could take on the world and win. How often do we find ourselves wondering what might have been different if we had recognized the warning signs hidden within our greatest joys, or if we question whether the bonds we form in youth can truly withstand the weight of the choices that age and ambition will eventually force upon us. Chapter 2. The Art of the Con. In the months that followed their first collaboration, the partnership between Graves and Twisted Fate evolved from convenience into artistry. Like master craftsmen learning to work with complementary tools, they discovered that their different approaches to problem-solving created possibilities that neither could achieve alone. Tonight, let us explore how two distinct philosophies merged into a single, devastating methodology that would make their names whispered with equal parts admiration and fear throughout the criminal underworld of Runeterra. Imagine yourself observing from the shadows as these two young men transformed their natural talents into refined weapons of deception and persuasion. Where others saw obstacles, they saw opportunities. Where others accepted limitations, they created new rules. Their education in the art of the con was both methodical and intuitive, a process of discovery that revealed not just new techniques, but new aspects of themselves. Twisted Fate's mastery over cards was something that transcended mere sleight of hand or mathematical probability. When he shuffled a deck, the cards seemed to respond to his will as much as his fingers, arranging themselves according to patterns that defied conventional understanding of chance and luck. His magic was subtle, woven so seamlessly into his natural dexterity that even experienced gamblers and professional cheats found it impossible to detect when skill ended and supernatural ability began. The source of this power was something that Tobias rarely discussed, even with Graves. It was tied to his bloodline, inherited from ancestors who had learned to read the currents of fate itself and bend them to their purposes. But where his predecessors had used this gift for prophecy and guidance, Tobias had turned it toward more immediate and profitable ends. He could sense the weight of possibility hanging around a situation, feel the invisible threads that connected cause to effect, and sometimes, with the right touch at the right moment, shift those threads in directions that served his purposes. When Twisted Fate dealt cards, he wasn't just distributing pieces of paper marked with suits and numbers. He was dealing destiny itself, parceling out predetermined outcomes while maintaining the illusion of random chance. His victims never suspected that their fates had been decided before the first card hit the table, that their losses were as inevitable as sunrise, and just as carefully orchestrated. But card tricks, no matter how supernatural, were only one element of his arsenal. Tobias possessed an almost supernatural ability to read people, to see past their carefully constructed facades, and identify the desires, fears, and weaknesses that drove their decisions. He could spot a mark's tell within minutes of conversation, whether it was a nervous tic that betrayed a bluff, a slight change in posture that indicated uncertainty, or a particular phrase that revealed hidden insecurities. More than that, he understood how to use what he learned. He knew which pressure points to apply to make someone act against their better judgment, which promises to make to bypass their rational defenses, and which fears to exploit to make them eager to accept whatever solution he offered. His voice became an instrument of persuasion, modulating tone and tempo to match his listeners' emotional state, leading them through carefully constructed logical progressions that felt like their own ideas while serving his ultimate purposes. Graves brought a completely different set of skills to their partnership, but skills that proved equally valuable in their chosen profession. Where Twisted Fate was all subtlety and misdirection, Graves was direct force and unmistakable threat. His weapon, Destiny, was not just a shotgun but a work of devastating craftsmanship, its twin barrels capable of delivering destruction with surgical precision or widespread devastation depending on the situation's requirements. But Graves' true weapon was not his gun but his presence. He had cultivated an aura of barely contained violence that preceded him into every room and lingered long after he departed. It wasn't theatricality or bluster, it was the genuine article, the authentic threat of a man who had proven himself willing and capable of following through on any promise of violence he might make. When Graves looked at someone with disapproval, they felt it in their bones. When he spoke a warning, smart people listened. When he drew destiny, wise people surrendered. Yet for all his intimidating presence, Graves was not a mindless brute or simple enforcer. He possessed a tactical intelligence that allowed him to assess situations quickly and accurately, identifying threats, calculating odds, and developing strategies that maximized their advantages while minimizing unnecessary risks. He understood that violence, like any other tool, was most effective when applied with precision and purpose, rather than wild abandon. More importantly, Graves served as the partnership's moral compass. His personal code of honor, while flexible enough to accommodate their criminal activities, provided important boundaries that kept them from crossing certain lines. He would not harm innocents, would not break his word once given, and would not abandon a partner in danger. These principles, which some might have seen as limitations, actually enhanced their effectiveness by making them predictable and trustworthy to those who hired them, while distinguishing them from the countless other criminals who operated without any ethical constraints whatsoever. Together, they developed a methodology that combined psychological manipulation with the credible threat of physical force, creating scenarios where their marks felt compelled to cooperate, not just from fear, but from genuine conviction that cooperation served their own best interests. Twisted Fate would identify the marks' vulnerabilities and construct an elaborate fiction that appealed to their greed, vanity, or desperation, while Graves would provide the reassuring presence of competent protection and the subtle reminder that refusing their offer might have unpleasant consequences. Their early cons were master classes in applied psychology and performance art. They might approach a wealthy merchant with information about a shipping route that competitors were planning to exploit, offering to eliminate the threat for a reasonable fee, while actually having created the threat themselves through carefully planted rumors and staged incidents. Or they might convince a paranoid crime lord that his lieutenant was planning a coup, then offer to eliminate the supposed traitor, while simultaneously approaching the lieutenant with evidence of his boss's suspicions, ultimately profiting from both sides of a conflict they had manufactured from whole cloth. What made their cons particularly effective was the way they played to their mark's existing beliefs and prejudices. Rather than trying to convince someone of something completely foreign to their worldview, they would identify what their target already believed or wanted to believe, and then construct their deception around those pre-existing convictions. A greedy merchant who believed everyone else was trying to cheat him was easy to convince that he needed their services to protect his interests. A paranoid crime lord who suspected betrayal around every corner readily accepted evidence that confirmed his worst fears. They also understood the importance of the long game, building relationships and reputations that would serve them in future endeavors. Rather than burning bridges with quick scores that left enemies in their wake, they often structured their cons so that their marks felt satisfied with the outcomes, believing they had gotten fair value for their money even when they had been thoroughly manipulated. This approach generated repeat customers and positive referrals, expanding their network of contacts and opportunities exponentially. As their skills developed and their confidence grew, they began taking on increasingly ambitious projects. They graduated from simple confidence games to elaborate long-term operations that might unfold over weeks or months, involving multiple marks, complex webs of deception, and carefully choreographed sequences of events that culminated in spectacular payoffs. These operations required not just technical skill, but also careful planning, flawless execution, and the ability to adapt quickly when unexpected complications arose. One of their most successful early capers involved a shipping magnate who had cornered the market on a particular luxury commodity and was using his monopoly to drive prices to unconscionable levels. Twisted Fate spent weeks studying the man's operation, identifying weaknesses in his security and discovering that his success depended heavily on a network of informants who kept him ahead of his competitors. Meanwhile, Graves cultivated relationships with the magnate's enemies and rivals, building a coalition of interests that could be mobilized when the time was right. The con itself was a work of art. Twisted Fate infiltrated the magnate's organization by posing as a potential investor, using his charm and apparent wealth to gain access to sensitive information about shipping schedules and route planning. At the same time, Graves orchestrated a series of incidents that made it appear as though the magnate's competitors were organizing against him, creating a sense of urgency and paranoia that made their mark more receptive to desperate measures. The climax came when Twisted Fate revealed that he had discovered evidence of a coordinated attack on the magnate's key shipments, scheduled to begin within days. He offered to use his connections and resources to protect the merchant's interests, but only if given complete authority over security arrangements and a substantial fee for his services. The terrified magnate agreed immediately, essentially paying them to steal his own merchandise while believing they were protecting it. The beauty of the operation lay not just in its financial success, but in its elegance. By the time the magnate realized what had happened, Twisted Fate and Graves were long gone. His merchandise was distributed among their network of allies and fences, and he was left trying to explain to his investors how he had been so thoroughly outmaneuvered by men he had trusted completely. The story spread throughout Bilgewater's criminal community, enhancing their reputation and opening doors to even more lucrative opportunities. But perhaps more important than any individual success was the way their partnership deepened during this period. They learned to anticipate each other's moves, to communicate with subtle glances and gestures, and to trust each other's judgment even in situations where they couldn't fully understand each other's reasoning. Graves learned to appreciate the subtle artistry of Twisted Fate's psychological manipulations, while Tobias came to rely on Graves' unwavering reliability and moral grounding. They developed their own private language of shared references and inside jokes, creating an intimacy that transcended their professional relationship. In the taverns where they celebrated their victories and planned their next moves, they were not just partners but friends, men who had found in each other something that complemented and completed their individual strengths while covering their respective weaknesses. Their success bred confidence, and their confidence bred ambition. They began to dream of scores that would set them up for life, of heists so audacious and profitable that they could retire as legends rather than simply successful criminals. It was this ambition, this hunger for something greater than what they had already achieved, that would eventually lead them toward the job that would test their friendship beyond its breaking point. But for now, in these golden days of perfect partnership and unlimited possibility, they were content to perfect their craft and enjoy the fruits of their labor. They were artists of deception, masters of manipulation, and above all they were friends who trusted each other completely with their lives, their secrets, and their dreams of a future they would build together. How do we balance our admiration for exceptional skill with our recognition of the harm that such talents might cause when applied without regard for the innocent? And what happens when the very qualities that make someone an ideal partner also contain the seeds of ultimate betrayal? Chapter 3. Rising Through the Ranks. Success in Bilgewater's criminal underworld was measured not just in gold but in reputation, and as word of their exploits spread through the taverns and back alleys of the port city, Twisted Fate and Graves found themselves ascending a hierarchy they had never formally acknowledged, but had always understood existed. Tonight, let us witness their transformation from clever opportunists to legendary operators as they navigated the treacherous waters of criminal politics while maintaining the bond that made their partnership unbreakable. Picture yourself in the smoky gambling dens where crime lords held court, surrounded by sycophants and enforcers who smiled with their mouths while their eyes calculated the odds of survival. These were places where reputation preceded introduction, where a whispered name could open doors that gold could not purchase, and where respect was the most valuable currency of all. Into these shadowed domains came two young men whose names had begun to carry weight beyond their years or apparent station. The criminal hierarchy of Bilgewater was a complex ecosystem of competing interests and shifting alliances, where today's partner might become tomorrow's rival and yesterday's enemy could become a valuable ally if circumstances shifted favorably. At the apex stood the true powers, ancient crime families whose influence stretched back generations, pirate captains whose fleets controlled entire trade routes, and mysterious figures whose wealth and connections made them untouchable by conventional law or justice. Below them operated a diverse collection of lieutenants, specialists, and ambitious climbers, each carving out their own territory within the city's criminal landscape. There were smugglers who moved goods that governments had deemed illegal or impossible, information brokers who traded secrets like commodities, protection rackets that offered security from threats they often created themselves, and countless other enterprises that existed in the spaces between legal and illegal, moral and immoral. Twisted Fate and Graves had begun their careers working for these mid-level operators, accepting contracts that offered steady pay but limited scope for advancement. But as their skills developed and their successes accumulated, they began attracting attention from higher up the chain. Crime lords, who had dismissed them as talented but ultimately expendable assets, started seeing them as potential long-term investments, men whose abilities could be cultivated and directed toward more ambitious and profitable endeavors. Their first major breakthrough came when they were recruited by Bilgewater's most notorious information broker, a shadowy figure known only as the Collector, who operated from a fortified compound in the city's most exclusive district. The Collector specialized in acquiring secrets that others considered impossible to obtain, then selling those secrets to the highest bidder regardless of the consequences for those whose privacy had been violated. The job that brought them to the Collector's attention involved stealing the private correspondence of a Noxian diplomat who was negotiating trade agreements that would severely disadvantage Bilgewater's merchant families. The diplomat kept his most sensitive documents in a heavily guarded safe within the Noxian embassy, protected by both conventional security measures and magical wards that would alert the authorities to any unauthorized intrusion. Previous attempts to acquire these documents had failed catastrophically, resulting in dead operatives and increased security that made future attempts seemingly impossible. But Twisted Fate and Graves approached the problem from an entirely different angle, recognizing that the strongest fortress often had the weakest defenses against threats that approached from unexpected directions. Rather than attempting to break into the embassy, they orchestrated an elaborate con that convinced the diplomat himself to voluntarily share his secrets. Twisted Fate posed as a representative of a powerful Bilgewater merchant family, offering lucrative side deals that would personally enrich the diplomat while ostensibly serving Noxian interests. Meanwhile, Graves provided security for these clandestine meetings, his intimidating presence lending credibility to the fiction that substantial money and influence backed their proposal. Over several weeks, they fed the diplomat carefully crafted intelligence that painted his official negotiations in increasingly unfavorable terms, making it appear that his superiors were planning to sacrifice his career for political expediency. As his paranoia grew and his trust in his own government diminished, he became increasingly willing to share sensitive information with his new allies, who seemed to offer him both protection and profit. The climax came when they convinced him to provide copies of all his correspondence as proof of his superior's betrayal, ostensibly so their merchant family could better protect their mutual interests. By the time he realized he had been thoroughly manipulated, they had already delivered the documents to the collector and vanished into Bilgewater's labyrinthine underworld. The success of this operation established them as specialists in impossible acquisitions, men who could obtain what others considered unobtainable through methods that others hadn't considered attempting. The collector became their primary patron, offering them increasingly complex and lucrative contracts that tested their skills while expanding their reputation throughout the criminal community. But more than just professional success, this period marked the deepening of their personal bond. The stress and danger of their operations required absolute trust between them, and they discovered that they could rely on each other completely even in situations where a single mistake could mean death or worse. They developed an almost telepathic understanding of each other's thoughts and intentions, communicating volumes with subtle glances and gestures that allowed them to coordinate their efforts seamlessly. Their shared experiences created an intimacy that transcended friendship and approached brotherhood. They knew each other's fears and dreams, strengths and weaknesses, hopes and regrets, with a completeness that neither had ever experienced with another person. In a world where betrayal was commonplace and trust was a luxury few could afford, they had found in each other something precious and irreplaceable. This bond was tested repeatedly as their jobs became more dangerous and their enemies more formidable. They faced situations where lesser partnerships would have cracked under pressure, where the temptation to save oneself at the expense of one's partner would have proven irresistible. But time and again, they chose loyalty over self-preservation, mutual success over individual advantage, and their partnership not only survived but emerged stronger from each trial. One such test came when they were hired to infiltrate a gathering of rival crime lords who were planning to unite against the collector's organization. The intelligence they were meant to gather could prevent a war that would devastate Bilgewater's criminal ecosystem, but obtaining it required one of them to maintain deep cover among extremely dangerous and suspicious individuals, while the other operated from the shadows as support and eventual extraction. Twisted Fate volunteered for the infiltration role, using his skills at misdirection and identity manipulation to pose as a representative of a distant criminal organization seeking to join the alliance. The deception required him to spend weeks among people who would kill him without hesitation if they discovered his true identity, while Graves maintained surveillance and prepared contingency plans for extraction if the operation went wrong. The psychological pressure of maintaining a false identity among such dangerous company was enormous, compounded by the knowledge that a single slip could doom not just himself but his partner as well. But throughout the ordeal, Graves' steady presence in the shadows provided an anchor of security and confidence that allowed Twisted Fate to maintain his performance even under the most intense scrutiny. When complications arose, and their extraction became a running battle through Bilgewater's streets, they fought with the coordination of men who had trained together for years, each anticipating the other's moves and covering the other's weaknesses without conscious thought. They emerged victorious, not just because of their individual skills, but because of their perfect synchronization, their absolute trust in each other's capabilities and commitment. Their success in these high-stakes operations brought them to the attention of Bilgewater's true elite, the crime lords and pirate captains, whose approval could open doors to opportunities that existed beyond most criminals' wildest dreams. They were invited to gatherings where million-gold deals were negotiated over casual conversation, where territorial disputes were settled with handshake agreements worth more than most people would see in their lifetimes. In these rarefied circles, they encountered figures whose power and influence stretched far beyond Bilgewater's shores, men and women who commanded fleets of ships, controlled trade routes spanning multiple continents, and maintained networks of contacts in every major city across Runeterra. These were the true kings and queens of the criminal world, and their recognition of Twisted Fate and Graves as equals marked the completion of their ascension from street-level operators to legendary figures. But with recognition came new pressures and new temptations. The jobs offered at this level carried rewards that could set them up for life, but they also carried risks that could destroy not just their careers, but their lives and their friendship. The stakes were higher, the enemies more dangerous, and the margin for error smaller than anything they had previously experienced. More subtly, success began to change them in ways they didn't immediately recognize. The constant validation and growing wealth started to feed ambitions that had previously been kept in check by practical limitations. They began to dream not just of comfort and security, but of true power, of the kind of influence and respect that could transform them from successful criminals into legitimate forces in their own right. These dreams were not inherently destructive, but they represented a shift in priorities that would eventually create tensions within their partnership. Where they had once been content to work together toward shared goals, they began to develop individual visions of success that might not always align perfectly with their collective interests. For now, however, they remained united in purpose and commitment. They celebrated their victories together, mourned their losses together, and planned their future together with the easy confidence of men who believed their partnership was unbreakable. They had risen from the streets to the heights of criminal society through mutual support and shared sacrifice, and they saw no reason why that pattern should not continue indefinitely. They were Twisted Fate and Graves, legends in the making, men whose names were spoken with respect in every criminal establishment from Bilgewater to the distant shores of Runeterra. They had proven themselves capable of achieving the impossible and surviving the unsurvivable, and they faced the future with the certainty that together they could overcome any challenge that awaited them. How often do we find that our greatest triumphs carry within them the seeds of our future struggles, and can success itself sometimes become the very force that tests the bonds we believed were strong enough to withstand any external pressure? Chapter 4. The Burning Tides Heist. In the annals of Bilgewater's criminal history, certain jobs achieve legendary status not for their success, but for their consequences, becoming cautionary tales, whispered in taverns where ambitious thieves gather to plan their next scores. Tonight, let us examine the heist that would test every principle Twisted Fate and Graves held sacred, the job that promised everything they had ever wanted, while demanding a price that neither fully understood until it was too late to change course. Picture yourself in the opulent private chambers where Bilgewater's most powerful crime lord held court, surrounded by treasures stolen from a dozen nations and guarded by killers whose loyalty had been purchased with gold and sealed with blood. This was the domain of Captain Raffin, a man whose cruelty was matched only by his cunning, and whose offer would present Twisted Fate and Graves with an opportunity that seemed too perfect to refuse and too dangerous to accept. Captain Raffin controlled the largest smuggling operation in Bilgewater, moving contraband through routes that stretched from the Freljord's frozen ports to Shurima's sun-baked trading posts. His fleet consisted of fast ships crewed by desperate men who feared their captain more than they feared the ocean's storms, and his network of contacts included corrupt officials, black market dealers, and information brokers who operated in every major port across Runeterra. But Raffin's true power lay not in his ships or his men, but in his reputation for absolute ruthlessness when crossed. Stories circulated throughout the criminal underworld of competitors who had challenged his operations only to disappear entirely, leaving behind nothing but cautionary tales and nervous whispers. He was a man who understood that fear was more valuable than respect, and he cultivated that fear with the methodical precision of a gardener tending his most prized crops. When Raffin summoned Twisted Fate and Graves to his fortress-like compound overlooking Bilgewater's harbor, they knew they were being offered something extraordinary. Men of their reputation were not called into the presence of such powerful figures for routine work. Whatever Raffen wanted done was significant enough to require the very best operatives available, and dangerous enough that he was willing to pay premium rates for their services. The job he presented to them was audacious in its scope and staggering in its potential rewards. Raffen had learned through his network of informants that a rival crime lord named Captain Vex was transporting a fortune in stolen Dalmatian gold through Bilgewater's waters, using a route that would bring his ship within striking distance of the port for exactly one night before continuing on to buyers in distant Ionia. Captain Vex was himself a formidable opponent, commanding a crew of experienced pirates and sailing in a ship that had been modified with both magical and conventional defenses. His vessel, the Siren's Call, was fast enough to outrun most pursuers and heavily armed enough to sink anything that couldn't be outrun. More importantly, Vex was paranoid to the point of madness, trusting no one completely and maintaining security protocols that made his operation nearly impenetrable to conventional robbery attempts. But Raffen had identified a weakness in Vex's operation, a single point of vulnerability that could be exploited by operators skilled enough to recognize the opportunity and bold enough to seize it. The Siren's Call would need to dock briefly in Bilgewater to take on supplies and fresh water, and during that window, while Vex's attention was focused on managing the logistics of reprovisioning his ship, a small team of expert thieves could potentially access his treasure hold and escape with his cargo. The technical challenges were immense. The treasure was secured in a vault that combined mechanical locks, magical wards, and armed guards, protected by security measures that had been refined through years of successful smuggling operations. The ship itself was anchored in the deepest part of the harbor, accessible only by small boats that would be easily spotted by Vex's sentries, and the entire operation would need to be completed within a narrow window of opportunity before Vex completed his business and departed for the open ocean. But the rewards were proportional to the risks. The Dalmatian gold alone was worth enough to purchase a small fleet of ships, and intelligence suggested that Vex was also carrying rare gems, magical artifacts, and other treasures that would multiply the value of the score exponentially. Success would mean more wealth than either Twisted Fate or Graves had ever imagined possessing, enough money to buy their way into the highest echelons of criminal society, or to retire entirely from their dangerous profession. Raffen's offer was generous by any standard, proposing to split the proceeds equally among all participants, while providing the intelligence, equipment, and logistical support necessary to make the heist possible. He would handle the planning phase, identifying guard schedules and security protocols, while they would be responsible for the actual infiltration and theft. It seemed like the perfect partnership between capital and talent, combining Raffen's resources with their specialized skills to achieve something that neither could accomplish alone. But there were elements of the proposal that should have served as warnings, subtle indicators that Raffen's motivations extended beyond simple profit, and that his willingness to share the rewards so generously might mask less obvious forms of compensation he expected to receive. His intelligence about Vex's operation was suspiciously detailed, suggesting sources and methods that raised questions about how he had acquired such sensitive information. His timeline was inflexible, demanding that the heist be executed on a specific night, regardless of changing circumstances that might affect their chances of success. Most troubling was Raffen's insistence that the operation be conducted with absolute secrecy, that even their closest associates and most trusted contacts be kept completely ignorant of their involvement. While operational security was always important in their line of work, the level of isolation he demanded seemed excessive even by the paranoid standards of professional criminals. Yet the opportunity was too significant to dismiss based on mere suspicions and uncomfortable intuitions. This was the kind of score that could transform their lives, the achievement that would establish them permanently among the legends of their profession. They had spent years building toward opportunities like this one, developing their skills and reputation precisely so they would be ready when fortune presented them with a chance to claim something truly extraordinary. The planning phase consumed weeks of intensive preparation, as they studied every aspect of Vex's operation, and developed contingency plans for every conceivable complication. Twisted Fate focused on the human elements, learning the habits and vulnerabilities of key crew members while developing cover identities that would allow them to move freely within the ship's secured areas. Graves concentrated on the technical challenges, familiarizing himself with the ship's layout and defensive systems, while acquiring the specialized equipment they would need to overcome Vex's security measures. They worked with the focused intensity of men who understood that their lives would depend on the thoroughness of their preparation, but also with the excitement of partners who sensed they were approaching the culmination of everything they had worked toward together. This was their chance to prove that their partnership could achieve the impossible, that their combined skills could overcome any obstacle and claim any prize. As the night of the heist approached, they felt the familiar mixture of nervousness and anticipation that preceded all their major operations, but amplified to levels they had never experienced before. The stakes were higher than anything they had previously attempted, but so was their confidence in their ability to succeed. They had overcome every challenge their careers had presented, and they saw no reason why this operation should prove any different. The plan itself was elegant in its simplicity, relying on misdirection and timing rather than brute force or complex technology. Twisted Fate would gain access to the ship by posing as a merchant seeking to negotiate passage for valuable cargo, using his charm and apparent wealth to convince Vex's crew that he represented a legitimate business opportunity. While the crew's attention was focused on evaluating this potential windfall, Graves would infiltrate the ship from below, accessing the treasure hold through maintenance passages that bypassed the main security checkpoints. They had rehearsed every aspect of the operation until their movements were choreographed with balletic precision, each man knowing exactly what his partner would be doing at any given moment and how their individual actions would combine to achieve their shared objective. They trusted each other completely, understanding that success would require perfect coordination and absolute faith in each other's abilities. But trust, they would soon discover, could become a weakness when extended to those who had not earned it through shared sacrifice and proven loyalty. The very qualities that made their partnership unbreakable also made them vulnerable to manipulations they had never learned to detect, betrayals that exploited their strengths rather than their weaknesses. As they prepared for what they believed would be their greatest triumph together, neither man suspected that they were walking into a trap that would test their friendship beyond its breaking point, or that the choices they would be forced to make in the coming hours would haunt them for years to come. The stage was set for the heist that would change everything between them, the job that would prove that even the strongest bonds could be shattered by the right combination of pressure, temptation, and fear. In their confidence and ambition, they had overlooked the possibility that their greatest enemy might not be the man they planned to rob, but the man who had hired them to do it. When we stand on the threshold of our greatest opportunities, how often do we pause to consider whether the prices we are being asked to pay are truly worth the rewards we hope to gain? And can we ever fully predict which choices will ultimately define who we become? Chapter 5. The Betrayal. There are moments in every life when fate crystallizes into a single choice, when the paths before us diverge so sharply that we cannot possibly walk both roads simultaneously. On a fog-shrouded night in Bilgewater's harbor, with the sound of waves lapping against ship hulls and the distant cry of gulls echoing through the darkness, such a moment arrived for Twisted Fate and Graves. Tonight, let us witness how a friendship forged in trust and sealed in loyalty was shattered by a decision that would haunt both men for years to come. Picture yourself standing on the rain-slicked docks as the final preparations for their greatest heist reach completion. The air tastes of salt and impending storm, and in the distance, the siren's call rides at anchor like a sleeping leviathan, its treasure hold containing enough wealth to transform their lives forever. Everything they had planned and prepared for was about to unfold, yet beneath the surface of their careful preparations, currents of deception were already beginning to pull them toward a destiny that neither had foreseen. The operation began exactly as they had rehearsed. Twisted Fate, dressed in the fine clothes of a prosperous merchant and carrying forged documents that established his legitimate business credentials, approached the siren's call with the confident bearing of a man conducting routine commerce. His performance was flawless, each gesture and inflection carefully calculated to project exactly the right mixture of wealth, opportunity, and respectful deference to Captain Vex's reputation and authority. Meanwhile, Graves moved through the shadows beneath the harbor's surface, using breathing apparatus they had acquired specifically for this purpose to approach the ship from below, where Vex's sentries could not detect his presence. His route had been planned to take advantage of the ship's blind spots, avoiding the underwater lighting that would reveal his approach, while navigating toward maintenance hatches that would provide access to the vessel's lower decks. For the first hour, everything proceeded according to plan. Twisted Fate's charm offensive succeeded in gaining him access to the ship's main deck, where he engaged Vex and his senior crew members in negotiations for transporting a fictitious cargo of rare spices to Ionian markets. His performance was so convincing that Vex actually seemed interested in the proposition, discussing routes and payment terms with the focused attention of a businessman evaluating a potentially profitable opportunity. Below decks, Graves had successfully infiltrated the ship and was making his way through the labyrinthine passages toward the treasure hold. His progress was slower than anticipated due to additional security measures that their intelligence had failed to identify, but his skills at moving silently through hostile territory served him well as he avoided detection by the guards who patrolled the ship's interior corridors. The complications began when Vex's paranoid nature asserted itself in ways they had not fully anticipated. Despite Twisted Fate's perfect performance, something about the situation triggered the pirate captain's survival instincts, prompting him to order additional security sweeps of his ship while the negotiations continued. These unexpected patrols forced Graves to take shelter in maintenance areas where he could remain hidden but could not continue his advance toward the treasure hold. As minutes stretched into an hour, and then beyond, the window of opportunity they had counted on began to narrow dangerously. Vex's business in port was concluding more quickly than their intelligence had suggested, and soon the siren's call would depart for the open ocean, taking its treasure beyond their reach forever. The careful timing that had been central to their plan was collapsing, forcing them to improvise solutions to problems they had not anticipated facing. It was at this critical juncture that Captain Raffin's true motivations revealed themselves with devastating clarity. A messenger arrived at the ship carrying documents that exposed Twisted Fate's true identity and purpose, providing Vex with detailed information about the infiltration attempt and the location where Graves was currently hiding. The trap that Raffin had constructed around them snapped shut with merciless precision, leaving them vulnerable to capture or death at the hands of Vex's crew. But Raffin's betrayal included an escape clause that revealed the full depth of his manipulation. The messenger also carried an offer of safe passage for one of them, a guarantee of protection and substantial payment in exchange for providing testimony that would implicate the other in a series of crimes that Raffin needed solved for his own political purposes. It was a devil's bargain, offering salvation to one partner at the cost of condemning the other to imprisonment or execution. The choice was presented to Twisted Fate because he was the one with access to the messenger and the documents, the one who could accept Raffin's offer or reject it in favor of attempting a joint escape that might well result in both their deaths. In that moment, with Vex's crew already moving to surround Graves' hiding place and pursuit boats preparing to prevent any escape by sea, Tobias faced the most consequential decision of his life. What followed was not a moment of simple cowardice or calculated selfishness, but something far more complex and tragic. Twisted Fate found himself paralyzed by the weight of responsibility for both their lives, caught between his loyalty to Graves and his terror of the consequences that awaited them both if he refused Raffin's offer. The fear that consumed him was not just fear of death, but fear of failure, of disappointing his partner by leading them both into a trap that he should have detected, of being remembered as the man whose judgment had destroyed the greatest partnership in Bilgewater's criminal history. In his panic and desperation, Tobias convinced himself that accepting Raffin's offer was actually the more noble choice. that by saving himself he would preserve the possibility of eventually rescuing Graves, or at least avenging his capture. He told himself that his partner would understand, that their friendship was strong enough to survive this temporary betrayal, that he could make amends for his cowardice once he was in a position to act freely. But even as he rationalized his decision, some part of him knew he was lying to himself. He understood that what he was about to do would destroy everything they had built together, that it would transform him from Graves' trusted partner into his greatest enemy. Yet the fear of immediate consequences overwhelmed his concern for long-term relationships, and in a moment of weakness that would define the rest of his life, he accepted Raffin's offer. The betrayal unfolded with mechanical efficiency. Twisted Fate provided the signal that identified Graves' location to Vex's crew, then used the confusion of the subsequent capture to slip away from the ship and make his escape to the designated rendezvous point where Raffin's men waited with the promised payment and protection. Within hours, he was safely aboard one of Raffin's ships, sailing away from Bilgewater, while his former partner was dragged in chains toward the infamous locker prison. The immediate aftermath was worse than anything Tobias had imagined. Graves' expression when he realized what had happened haunted every moment of Twisted Fate's escape, a look of betrayal and disbelief so profound that it seemed to strip away years of shared experience and mutual trust in a single instant. It was the look of a man discovering that his most fundamental beliefs about loyalty and friendship had been proven wrong in the cruelest possible way. But perhaps even worse was the way Graves accepted the betrayal with a kind of resigned understanding, as if some part of him had always suspected that this moment might come, and was almost relieved to have his worst fears confirmed. There was no shouting or cursing, no dramatic declarations of vengeance or eternal enmity. There was only a quiet nod of acknowledgement and a subtle change in his posture that indicated he now understood exactly where he stood in relation to the man he had trusted with his life. As Raffin's ship carried him away from the scene of his betrayal, Twisted Fate found himself unable to feel the relief he had expected. The wealth he had gained through his treachery felt worthless compared to what he had lost, and the safety he had purchased with his partner's freedom seemed more like a prison than a liberation. He had saved his life but destroyed his soul, and he discovered that survival without honor was a far more bitter experience than he had ever imagined possible. The years that followed became a blur of hollow successes and meaningless achievements, as Twisted Fate attempted to rebuild his career while carrying the weight of his betrayal like a stone in his chest. He worked with new partners, planned elaborate heists, and accumulated wealth and reputation, but nothing he accomplished felt real or significant compared to what he had shared with Graves. He had become a ghost haunting his own life, going through the motions of living while feeling essentially dead inside. Meanwhile, in the depths of the locker, Graves endured torments that were physical, psychological, and spiritual in nature. The prison was designed not just to contain its inmates, but to break them, to strip away everything that made them human until only shells remained. But Graves' anger at his betrayal became a source of strength that sustained him through the worst of his ordeal, a burning core of purpose that kept him sane when lesser men would have surrendered to madness. The friendship that had once seemed unbreakable was now broken beyond any possibility of repair, or so it seemed to both men as they pursued their separate paths through the wreckage of their shared past. Twisted Fate wandered the world as a successful but spiritually empty criminal, while Graves plotted his escape and dreamed of the day when he would track down his former partner and extract the revenge that justice demanded. Neither man understood, in those dark years of separation and resentment, that their story was far from over, that the bonds they had forged in their youth contained depths and strengths that could survive even the most devastating betrayals. They could not see that their friendship, though broken, was not destroyed, and that time and circumstance would eventually provide opportunities for understanding, forgiveness, and perhaps even redemption. But that knowledge lay years in the future, hidden behind a wall of pain and anger that would need to be climbed before healing could begin. For now, there was only the immediate aftermath of betrayal, the terrible moment when trust died, and two friends became enemies, when the greatest partnership in Bilgewater's history ended not in glory, but in treachery and loss. How do we measure the true cost of our moments of weakness? And is it possible that the choices we make in fear and desperation might sometimes serve purposes we cannot understand until we gain the wisdom that only comes through suffering the consequences of our actions? Chapter 6. Graves, Escape, and Hunt. In the depths of the ocean, where light never penetrates, and hope seems as distant as the stars above, the locker waited like a hungry beast that fed on human despair. Tonight, let us descend into that abyss of suffering and witness how betrayal forged a man of honor into an instrument of vengeance, how years of imprisonment transformed grief into rage, and how the bonds of friendship, even when severed, can become chains of destiny that bind two souls together across continents and years. Picture yourself in the crushing darkness of Bilgewater's most feared prison, where the weight of the ocean above pressed down like the judgment of the gods themselves. The locker was not merely a place of confinement, but an engine of destruction designed to break the spirits of those who had defied the natural order of power and submission. Built into underwater caverns that had been carved from living rock by generations of desperate prisoners, it existed in a state of perpetual twilight, broken only by the sickly phosphorescent glow of deep-sea creatures that had somehow found their way into its flooded passages. The prison's very structure was a masterwork of psychological torture. Cells were positioned so that inmates could hear each other's suffering, but could rarely see or touch their fellow prisoners, creating an isolation that was punctuated by constant reminders of shared misery. The sound of water was omnipresent, sometimes a gentle lapping that suggested the possibility of escape, sometimes a thunderous roar that reminded prisoners of the crushing depths that surrounded them on all sides. Malcolm Graves arrived at this hellish place in chains that had been specifically designed to contain men of his particular skills and temperament. His captors understood that ordinary restraints would not hold someone with his experience in violence and his knowledge of security systems, so they had commissioned magical bindings that responded to attempts at escape with increasing levels of pain and restriction. The more he struggled, the tighter the chains became, until even breathing required conscious effort and concentration. But worse than the physical restraints was the psychological weight of his betrayal. In the first days of his imprisonment, Graves found himself replaying the moment of Twisted Fate's treachery over and over again, searching for signs he should have seen, warnings he should have heeded, alternative choices that might have prevented their downfall. The knowledge that his own trust had been the weapon used against him was more painful than any torture his captors could devise. The other prisoners in the locker were a collection of broken men who had once been legends in their own right, pirates who had commanded fleets, crime lords who had ruled territories, assassins whose names had once struck fear into the hearts of their enemies, all reduced to hollow shells who spoke in whispers about past glories, while their bodies slowly rotted in the perpetual dampness of their underwater tomb. Many of these men had been betrayed by partners or allies, and they found in Graves a kindred spirit whose pain echoed their own experiences of trust violated and loyalty rewarded with treachery. They shared stories of their downfalls during the long hours when sleep was impossible and madness seemed to beckon from the shadows, creating a grim brotherhood united by their common experience of betrayal and loss. But where his fellow prisoners had allowed their pain to consume them, reducing them to bitter shells, who found comfort only in shared misery. Graves discovered that his anger was transforming into something harder and more focused. The rage that had initially threatened to drive him mad became instead a source of strength, a burning core of purpose that sustained him through the worst torments the locker could inflict. He began to understand that his survival was not just a matter of personal endurance, but a sacred obligation to the concept of justice itself. Twisted Fate's betrayal had violated something fundamental about the nature of partnership and trust, and allowing that violation to go unpunished would be a betrayal of every honest criminal who had ever relied on a partner's loyalty. His escape and eventual revenge became not just personal goals, but moral imperatives. This transformation of his pain into purpose manifested in a methodical approach to survival that impressed even the locker's most hardened guards. Where other prisoners gradually deteriorated under the pressure of confinement, Graves maintained his physical condition through exercises performed in the cramped confines of his cell. He used the chains that bound him as weights for strength training, turning his restraints into tools for maintaining the physical capabilities he would need for his eventual escape. More importantly, he began to study the prison itself with the same methodical attention he had once devoted to planning heists. He memorized the schedules of guards and maintenance personnel, mapped the layout of corridors and chambers he could access, and identified the structural weaknesses that might be exploited by someone with sufficient knowledge and determination. Every conversation with guards, every glimpse of areas beyond his cell, every sound that echoed through the underwater passages became data to be analyzed and incorporated into his growing understanding of the locker's vulnerabilities. Years passed in this fashion, with Graves transforming himself from a prisoner into a predator, waiting for the right moment to strike. His fellow inmates began to look at him with a mixture of admiration and fear, recognizing in his patient preparation something that transcended ordinary human endurance. He had become something new, something harder and more dangerous than the man who had entered the locker in chains. The opportunity for escape came not through careful planning, but through the kind of random catastrophe that even the most secure prison could not anticipate or prevent. A magical storm that originated in the deepest parts of the ocean caused structural damage to sections of the locker, creating breaches in walls that had been considered impregnable and disrupting the magical systems that maintained the prison's security and life support. In the chaos that followed, as guards struggled to contain flooding and prevent total structural collapse, Graves put his years of observation and preparation to use. He had memorized every detail of the prison's layout, understood the behavioral patterns of its personnel, and identified the specific sequence of actions that would give him the best chance of reaching the surface alive. His escape was a masterpiece of timing and violence. Using improvised weapons, created from materials he had hoarded over years of patient collection, he fought his way through guards who had grown complacent during his long imprisonment. The chains that had bound him became weapons in their own right, wielded with a skill and ferocity that testified to the years he had spent dreaming of this moment. But even as he battled his way toward freedom, Graves understood that escape was only the beginning of his real purpose. The ocean's surface that he eventually reached, gasping and bleeding but alive, represented not the end of his ordeal, but the commencement of a hunt that would consume years of his life and carry him across the breadth of Runeterra. Twisted Fate had years of head start, time that he had undoubtedly used to establish new identities and create networks of contacts that would help him evade pursuit. But Graves possessed advantages that his former partner could not have anticipated: the patience that prison had taught him, the focus that Betrayal had given him, and the methodical approach to problem-solving that had sustained him through his years of confinement. The hunt began in Bilgewater, where Graves used his knowledge of the criminal underworld to trace the connections that had led to their downfall. He discovered that Captain Rekindled had been eliminated shortly after their heist, killed by rivals who had learned of his role in their betrayal and decided that such treachery made him too dangerous to tolerate. But the information networks that Rekindled had used still existed, and Graves systematically worked his way through them, following leads and gathering intelligence about Twisted Fate's movements and activities. The trail led him across continents and through cities where he had never set foot, places where his former partner had attempted to build new lives under assumed names and false identities. But Twisted Fate's skills, the very abilities that had made their partnership so successful, also made him distinctive in ways that careful investigators could learn to recognize. His supernatural luck with cards, his particular approach to confidence games, his specific techniques for reading and manipulating people, all of these left traces that someone who knew what to look for could follow. Years of pursuit taught Graves new skills and tested his endurance in ways that even the locker had not. He learned to track his quarry not just through physical evidence, but through patterns of behavior, understanding that Tobias would inevitably return to the types of activities and environments where he felt most comfortable and capable. He studied reports of unusual gambling wins, investigated rumors of elaborate cons, and followed whispers about jobs that bore the distinctive hallmarks of Twisted Fate's methodology. The hunt consumed him completely, becoming not just his profession but his identity. He was no longer Malcolm Graves, the partner and friend. He was Graves the hunter, the pursuer, the agent of justice who would not rest until the scales had been balanced. Every lead followed, every clue pursued, every mile traveled, brought him closer to the confrontation that had become the central purpose of his existence. But even as he pursued his former partner across the known world, some part of Graves understood that the man he was hunting was also being transformed by their separation. The guilt and shame that Twisted Fate carried would be changing him just as surely as anger and betrayal had changed his pursuer. When they finally met again, neither would be the same man who had walked onto the siren's call on that fateful night in Bilgewater harbor. The hunt was more than a quest for revenge. It was a journey toward a reckoning that both men needed, a final confrontation that would determine whether their friendship could survive the crucible of betrayal, or whether it would be consumed entirely by the forces that had torn them apart. As Graves followed the cold trail across deserts and mountains, through cities and wilderness, he carried with him not just anger, but also the memory of what they had once shared, the knowledge that the man he was hunting had once been the person he trusted most in all the world. When we pursue justice for the wrongs done to us, how do we distinguish between righteous anger and destructive obsession? And is it possible that the very act of seeking resolution might transform us in ways that make us unrecognizable to those we once were? Chapter 7. Twisted Fate's Exile. Freedom, when purchased with betrayal, tastes of ashes and carries the weight of chains that no key can unlock. Tonight, let us follow the wandering path of a man who saved his life by sacrificing his soul, who gained the world, but lost the only person whose opinion had ever truly mattered to him. In the years following his treachery, Twisted Fate discovered that escape from external prisons was simple compared to the torment of a conscience that would not grant him peace. Picture yourself walking through the gambling halls and criminal markets of a dozen different cities, watching a figure who moves like a ghost among the living. Tobias Felix had become a man haunted, not by the dead but by his own choices, carrying within him the specter of the friendship he had destroyed and the partner he had condemned. His golden eyes, once bright with mischief and confidence, now held depths of regret that no amount of success could fill. In the immediate aftermath of his escape from Bilgewater, Twisted Fate had attempted to convince himself that his decision had been not just necessary, but noble, a calculated sacrifice that served the greater good by preserving at least one half of their legendary partnership. He told himself that Graves would understand, that their bond was strong enough to survive this temporary betrayal, but these comforting lies crumbled within weeks of his departure from Bilgewater, as the reality of what he had done settled into his bones, like a poison that spread through every aspect of his existence. The wealth that Captain Raven had paid him for his cooperation felt cursed, each coin a reminder of the price he had accepted for his partner's freedom. The safety he had purchased with his betrayal became a prison of isolation, cutting him off from the criminal networks where his reputation had once opened every door. Word of his treachery spread through the underworld with the speed that only truly shocking betrayals could achieve. The story of how the legendary partnership of Twisted Fate and Graves had ended not in glory, but in treachery became a cautionary tale, whispered in taverns and gambling dens across Runeterra. Criminal organizations that had once competed for his services now viewed him with suspicion and disgust, understanding that a man who would betray his closest partner could not be trusted with anyone's secrets or safety. This professional exile forced Twisted Fate to reinvent himself repeatedly, adopting new identities and developing new operational methods that would allow him to work despite his damaged reputation. He became a nomad by necessity, moving from city to city before his true identity could be discovered. never staying long enough to form meaningful relationships or establish the kind of long-term operations that had once been his specialty. The work he found was degrading compared to the elaborate heists and sophisticated cons he had orchestrated with Graves. Instead of being courted by crime lords and offered opportunities for legendary scores, he found himself taking whatever jobs desperate or ignorant employers would offer, often working with partners whose lack of skill and professionalism reminded him constantly of what he had lost. These new partnerships were hollow echoes of what he had shared with Graves, temporary alliances based on mutual convenience rather than genuine trust or respect. His new associates might admire his technical skills or appreciate his ability to plan complex operations, but none of them understood him the way Graves had. None of them could anticipate his thoughts or complement his weaknesses with their own strengths. More painfully, none of them could provide the moral grounding that Graves had brought to their relationship. Without his partner's ethical compass to guide their choices, Twisted Fate found himself accepting jobs that violated principles he had once held sacred, working with clients whose methods disgusted him, and participating in operations that left innocent people hurt or destroyed. Each compromise he made in pursuit of survival or profit drove him further from the man he had been when he and Graves had worked as equals and partners. He could feel himself becoming something smaller and meaner, a skilled but spiritually empty criminal who had traded his integrity for temporary advantage. The transformation horrified him, but he seemed powerless to stop it, caught in a downward spiral that carried him further from redemption with each passing month. His attempts to gather information about Graves' fate provided little comfort and much additional guilt. The reports he received about conditions in the locker painted a picture of suffering that made his own exile seem trivial by comparison. Knowing that his partner was enduring torments that he could barely imagine while he lived in relative comfort and freedom added layers of guilt and shame to his already overwhelming psychological burden. The worst moments came when he learned about Graves' escape and the beginning of his hunt for revenge. Part of Twisted Fate felt relief that his former partner had survived his imprisonment and regained his freedom, but a larger part recognized that this development meant his own time of reckoning was approaching. The methodical, patient man he had betrayed would not simply forget or forgive. He would pursue justice with the same focused determination he had once brought to their shared criminal enterprises. This knowledge transformed Twisted Fate's exile from mere professional difficulty into a desperate flight from inevitable judgment. He began to see threats in every shadow, to suspect betrayal in every business relationship, to wonder if each new city would be the one where Graves finally caught up with him. The paranoia that had once been a useful professional tool became a constant torment that poisoned every moment of peace. He tried to steal from his increasingly desperate existence. Yet even as he fled from the consequences of his betrayal, some part of Tobias yearned for the confrontation he dreaded. The guilt he carried was becoming unbearable, a weight that grew heavier with each passing day rather than lighter. He began to understand that he would never be free from the prison of his own conscience until he faced Graves and accepted whatever judgment his former partner deemed appropriate. His dreams became battlegrounds where he fought the same conversation over and over again, trying to find words that could explain his choice, arguments that could justify his betrayal, apologies that could somehow undo the harm he had caused. But every imagined conversation ended the same way, with Graves' disappointed silence and the knowledge that some wounds could not be healed by words alone. The years of exile taught Twisted Fate harsh lessons about the nature of friendship and loyalty, concepts he had taken for granted during his partnership, but now understood were far more precious and fragile than he had ever realized. He discovered that success without someone to share it was meaningless, that victories achieved through treachery felt like defeats, and that the approval of strangers could never compensate for the loss of respect from the one person whose opinion had truly mattered. He tried to fill the void left by Graves' absence with new relationships, seeking partners who might provide some echo of what he had lost. But these attempts only highlighted the unique nature of what he had destroyed, the irreplaceable combination of trust, understanding, and mutual respect that had made their partnership something greater than the sum of its parts. Some nights, alone in rented rooms in cities whose names he could barely remember, Twisted Fate would take out his cards and practice the moves that had once impressed and delighted his partner. But the cards felt lifeless in his hands, their magic diminished by the knowledge that there was no one left who truly appreciated the artistry of his technique or understood the deeper meaning behind his supernatural abilities. The irony of his situation was not lost on him. A man who had made his living by manipulating fate had become its victim, trapped in a destiny he had created through his own choices, but seemed powerless to change. Every attempt to escape the consequences of his betrayal only entangled him more deeply in patterns of guilt and self-destruction that carried him further from the person he had once been. As the years passed and reports of Graves' pursuit grew more frequent and more accurate, Twisted Fate began to understand that their eventual confrontation was not just inevitable but necessary. He could not continue to run from his past indefinitely, could not build a meaningful future on the foundation of unresolved guilt and unacknowledged responsibility. The man who had once controlled his own destiny through skill and supernatural ability now found himself at the mercy of forces he had set in motion through his moment of weakness. His exile was drawing to a close, and with it would come either the possibility of redemption or the final destruction of everything he had once been. But perhaps in some part of his heart that still remembered what it meant to be worthy of a true friend's trust, Twisted Fate had begun to hope that his eventual meeting with Graves might offer something more than simple vengeance, that the bond they had shared might prove strong enough to survive even the devastating test he had subjected it to. The cards that had once revealed the future to him now showed only uncertainty, but for the first time in years, uncertainty seemed preferable to the grim certainty of guilt and isolation that had defined his exile. His fate was approaching, carried in the hands of the man he had wronged, and perhaps that was exactly as it should be. How do we live with the knowledge that our worst moments have defined us in the eyes of those we love most? And is it possible that redemption sometimes requires us to surrender control of our own destinies to those we have wronged? Chapter 8. Confrontation in the Desert. In the vast emptiness of Shurima's burning sands, where the sun strips away all pretense and the horizon offers no escape from truth, two men who had once been brothers finally came face to face with the wreckage of their friendship. Tonight, let us witness the moment when years of pursuit and exile converged in violence and revelation, when the weight of betrayal and the hunger for justice collided beneath a merciless sky that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, but had never seen a reckoning quite like this one. Picture yourself standing at the edge of an ancient oasis, where palm trees cast precious shadows over water that has sustained travelers for millennia. The air shimmers with heat that makes distant objects dance like mirages, and the silence is so complete that every grain of sand displaced by footsteps sounds like thunder. It was here, in this place where life clings desperately to existence, that the hunt that had consumed years of two men's lives finally reached its inevitable conclusion. Twisted Fate had been running for so long that flight had become his natural state, a constant motion that carried him from city to city, from one assumed identity to another, always staying one step ahead of the methodical pursuit he knew was closing in on him. But running, he had discovered, was exhausting not just physically but spiritually, and there were moments when the desire to simply stop and face whatever judgment awaited him became almost overwhelming. The job that brought him to Shurima was supposed to be simple, a straightforward confidence game targeting wealthy merchants who were exploiting political instability to manipulate commodity prices. It was the kind of work he had perfected over years of exile, small-scale operations that generated enough income to sustain his nomadic lifestyle while avoiding the attention that more ambitious scores might attract. But as he established his cover identity and began cultivating the relationships necessary for his con to succeed, Twisted Fate noticed signs that suggested his presence had not gone undetected. Strangers asking pointed questions about his background, security measures that seemed excessive for the threat level his fictional persona should have represented, and most tellingly, a sensation of being watched that triggered instincts honed by years of paranoid vigilance. At first, he assumed these indicators meant his true identity had been discovered by local authorities or rival criminals who might seek to exploit his reputation for their own purposes. But as the signs accumulated and became more specific, he began to recognize patterns that were terrifyingly familiar, markers of an investigation methodology he had once helped develop during his partnership with the most methodical and patient hunter he had ever known. Malcolm Graves had found him. The realization brought with it a mixture of terror and relief that surprised Twisted Fate with its intensity. For years he had dreaded this moment, while simultaneously longing for it, understanding that his exile could never truly end until he faced the consequences of his betrayal. The cat-and-mouse game that had defined his existence was approaching its conclusion, and despite his fear of what that conclusion might entail, he felt a strange sense of liberation at the prospect of finally confronting his past. Graves' approach was everything Twisted Fate should have expected from his former partner, methodical, patient, and utterly inevitable. Rather than rushing into a confrontation that emotion might compromise, he spent days studying his quarry's patterns and preparations, identifying the optimal time and place for their meeting, while ensuring that external factors would not interfere with the justice he had traveled so far to deliver. The confrontation itself began not with violence, but with a voice that carried across the desert stillness like an echo from a past that refused to remain buried. "Hello, Tobias," Graves said, his words cutting through the afternoon heat with a precision that made the air itself seem to vibrate with tension. "It's been a long time." Twisted Fate turned slowly, his hands instinctively moving toward the cards that had become both his weapons and his shield, but freezing as he saw the figure that had haunted his dreams for years, finally made manifest in the harsh light of reality. Graves looked older, harder, marked by experiences that had carved new lines into his face and added depths to his eyes that spoke of suffering endured and lessons learned through pain. But it was not physical changes that struck Twisted Fate most forcefully. It was the aura of absolute certainty that surrounded his former partner like armor. This was not the impulsive young man who had once laughed at shared jokes and celebrated successful heists with infectious enthusiasm. This was a predator who had stalked his prey across continents and was now ready to claim the justice he had pursued with single-minded determination. "Malcolm," Twisted Fate replied, his voice carrying undertones of regret that years of practice had taught him to suppress, but could not entirely eliminate. "I wondered when you would find me." "Did you?" Graves asked, his tone conversational, despite the volcanic rage that Twisted Fate could sense simmering beneath the surface. "I thought you might have hoped I was dead. Would have made your life simpler." The accusation hung in the air between them like a physical presence, heavy with the weight of years of pain and betrayal. Twisted Fate wanted to deny it, to claim that he had never wished for such a thing, but the words died in his throat as he confronted the uncomfortable truth that there had indeed been moments when the idea of his former partner's death had seemed like a solution to problems that felt otherwise insurmountable. "I never wanted you to suffer," he said, instead, the words feeling inadequate even as he spoke them. "What happened that night? It wasn't supposed to go that way." Graves laughed, a sound devoid of humor that seemed to echo off the surrounding dunes like the cry of some predatory bird. "Wasn't supposed to go that way?" he repeated. "You mean it wasn't supposed to be discovered? You meant for me to disappear quietly, maybe die in that hellhole without ever knowing who put me there." The truth of that accusation hit Twisted Fate like a physical blow, forcing him to confront aspects of his betrayal that he had spent years trying to rationalize or forget. He had indeed hoped that the circumstances of Graves' capture would remain mysterious, that his former partner would never learn the specific details of how he had been betrayed. The knowledge that Graves understood exactly what had happened, exactly who was responsible, made the weight of his guilt feel suddenly unbearable. "I was afraid," Twisted Fate admitted, the words torn from him by the intensity of the moment. "I was terrified, and I made a choice that I've regretted every day since. But I never meant for you to be hurt like that." You thought about yourself," Graves interrupted, his voice rising for the first time, as the emotions he had kept so carefully controlled finally began to break through. "You thought about your own skin, your own comfort, your own future. You didn't think about me at all. The accusation was devastating in its accuracy, cutting through every rationalization and excuse that Twisted Fate had constructed over the years of his exile. He had indeed been thinking primarily of himself in that crucial moment, had chosen his own survival over their partnership, his own freedom over their shared commitment to loyalty and trust. "You're right," he said, the admission costing him more than any lie ever could have. "I failed you. I failed us. I failed everything we built together." For a moment, the simple honesty of his acknowledgement seemed to diffuse some of the tension that had been building between them. Graves studied his former partner's face, searching for signs of deception or manipulation, but finding only genuine remorse and self-recrimination that matched the guilt he could see eating away at the man who had once been his closest friend. But acknowledgement of guilt was not the same as absolution, and the years of suffering that Graves had endured in the locker could not be erased by apologies, no matter how sincere. The rage that had sustained him through his imprisonment and driven him across continents in pursuit of justice demanded satisfaction that words alone could not provide. "You know why I'm here," Graves said, his hand moving to rest on the stock of destiny, the weapon that had been his constant companion through years of pursuit and planning. "You know what this has to be." Twisted Fate nodded, understanding that they had moved beyond the possibility of peaceful resolution into territory where only violence could provide the catharsis that both men needed. He drew his cards with movements that were swift and practiced, the familiar weight of his magical weapons providing comfort, even as he prepared to use them against the person he had once trusted above all others. What followed was not so much a fight as a release of years of accumulated pain and anger, a physical manifestation of emotions that had been compressed and contained until they demanded expression through violence. Graves attacked with the methodical fury of a man who had dreamed of this moment through countless nights of imprisonment, while Twisted Fate defended with the desperate skill of someone fighting not just for his life, but for the possibility of redemption. Their battle carried them across the oasis and into the surrounding desert, each man using techniques they had learned during their years apart, while falling back on instincts developed during their partnership. It was a strange and terrible dance, intimate in its familiarity, despite the deadly intent behind every move, a conversation conducted in the language of violence between two people who had once known each other's thoughts as clearly as their own. The fight ended not with victory or defeat, but with exhaustion, both men finally collapsing in the sand as their bodies gave out and their weapons fell from nerveless fingers. They lay there gasping in the merciless heat, staring up at a sky that offered no judgment, no answers, only the eternal indifference of the desert that had witnessed their confrontation without caring about its outcome. In that moment of shared vulnerability, with their anger temporarily spent and their defenses stripped away by exhaustion, they were no longer hunter and prey, betrayer and betrayed. They were simply two men who had once been friends, lying in the sand, and wondering if anything could ever heal the wounds they had inflicted on each other. How do we find our way back from the moments when violence becomes the only language we can speak to those we have loved? And is it possible that sometimes we must hurt each other before we can begin to heal the deeper wounds that words alone cannot reach? Chapter 9. Shared Enemies. Sometimes the universe conspires to force healing upon wounds that stubbornly refuse to close naturally, placing those who have wounded each other in circumstances where their survival depends on the very trust they believe has been permanently destroyed. Tonight, let us witness how external threats can become unexpected catalysts for redemption, as two men who had just exhausted themselves in combat found that their greatest enemy was not each other, but the forces that sought to destroy them both. Picture yourself in the aftermath of violence, where the desert sand still bore the marks of their struggle, and the air shimmered with heat that seemed to emanate as much from their spent emotions as from the merciless sun above. Twisted Fate and Graves lay separated by mere yards, but divided by chasms of hurt and mistrust that felt wider than the ocean that had once imprisoned one and exiled the other. Neither man spoke, each lost in contemplation of what their confrontation had accomplished and what it had left unresolved. It was in this moment of vulnerable exhaustion that the sound of approaching horses reached their ears, carried on the desert wind like a harbinger of complications neither man was prepared to face. The rhythm of hoofbeats spoke of riders moving with purpose and speed, suggesting either rescue or threat, depending on the intentions of those who approached their isolated battlefield. Graves was the first to recognize the danger, his years of imprisonment having sharpened his instincts for survival to a razor's edge. The approaching riders moved in formation, their discipline and coordination marking them as professional soldiers rather than chance travelers or opportunistic bandits. More ominously, their route seemed to be taking them directly toward the oasis, suggesting that their presence was not coincidental but planned. "Company," he said, forcing himself to sit upright despite the protest of muscles that had been pushed beyond their limits during their fight. His hand moved instinctively toward destiny, the familiar weight of his weapon providing comfort even as he assessed their tactical situation with the automatic competence of a man who had survived countless dangerous encounters. Twisted Fate followed his former partner's gaze toward the approaching dust cloud, his own survival instincts overriding the emotional turmoil that had consumed him moments before. His fingers found his cards with practiced ease, the magical implements responding to his touch with a subtle warmth that indicated they were ready for whatever violence might be required. As the riders drew closer, details became visible that confirmed their worst suspicions about the nature of this unexpected encounter. The approaching force consisted of heavily armed mercenaries wearing the colors and insignia of a Noxian expeditionary unit, their equipment and bearing marking them as elite soldiers rather than common troops. More troubling still was the presence of a figure in dark robes who rode at their center, magical energy crackling around them in patterns that suggested significant supernatural capabilities. "Noxians," Twisted Fate observed, his voice carrying undertones of concern that had nothing to do with their personal conflict and everything to do with the immediate threat that professional soldiers and battle mages represented to two exhausted men, caught in the open desert with minimal cover or options for retreat. Graves nodded grimly, his tactical assessment of their situation yielding conclusions that offered little cause for optimism. They were outnumbered at least 10-1, caught in terrain that provided no significant defensive advantages, and facing enemies who were fresh and fully equipped while they were exhausted and had already expended considerable energy in their personal combat. But perhaps most significantly, the approaching Noxians represented a threat that transcended their personal grievances and reminded both men of loyalties and principles that ran deeper than their individual conflict. Whatever crimes Twisted Fate might have committed against their partnership, he was still a citizen of Runeterra facing enemies of his homeland. Whatever anger Graves might feel toward his former partner, he had never been the kind of man who would allow political enemies to harm someone under his protection, regardless of personal feelings. The lead rider, a captain whose scarred face spoke of extensive combat experience, called out as his unit approached within speaking distance. "Tobias Felix," he announced, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. "By order of the Noxian High Command, you are to surrender yourself for questioning regarding activities that threaten the security of the Empire." The formal nature of the accusation suggested that this was not a chance encounter, but the result of careful intelligence work and planning. Someone had identified Twisted Fate's location and dispatched a military unit to apprehend him, indicating that his years of small-scale criminal activity had somehow attracted attention from Noxus's extensive spy network. "I think there's been a misunderstanding," Twisted Fate replied, falling automatically into the charming persona he had perfected over years of talking his way out of dangerous situations. "I'm just a traveling merchant, nothing more interesting than that." The Noxian captain smiled, with the kind of cold amusement that suggested he had dealt with many clever criminals who believed they could manipulate their way out of military custody. "Our intelligence indicates otherwise," he said. "You will come with us, or we will take your body back as proof of your termination. The choice is yours." It was at this moment that Graves made a decision that surprised even himself. Driven not by forgiveness or renewed friendship, but by principles that ran deeper than personal grievance. Whatever twisted fate had done to him, whatever pain their partnership's end had caused, the idea of allowing foreign soldiers to capture or kill someone who had once been his partner violated everything he believed about loyalty and justice. "I'm afraid that won't be happening," Graves said, rising to his feet with movements that were deliberately slow and non-threatening while his eyes never left the Noxian force. "The man has business with me that takes precedence over your empire's concerns." The captain's expression shifted from cold confidence to irritation as he realized that apprehending his target would not be as simple as he had anticipated. The presence of an armed and obviously competent ally complicated his mission parameters significantly, forcing him to choose between diplomatic resolution and military action in circumstances that his superiors had not anticipated. "This is not your concern, stranger," the captain said, his tone carrying warning undertones that suggested his patience for negotiation was limited. "Walk away, and you will not be harmed." Graves responded by slowly drawing. Destiny, the massive shotgun's twin barrels catching the desert sunlight in a way that left no doubt about his intentions. "I'm afraid I can't do that," he said, with the calm certainty of a man who had faced death so often that it held no particular terror for him. "This man and I have unfinished business." The tension that followed was thick enough to cut, as professional soldiers evaluated the threat posed by two men who had positioned themselves in defensive stances despite being obviously exhausted and outnumbered. The Noxian captain was clearly calculating odds and considering alternatives, weighing the value of his mission against the potential cost of achieving it through violence. It was Twisted Fate who broke the standoff, not through words but through action that demonstrated the supernatural abilities that had made their partnership legendary. With movements too quick for ordinary human perception, he sent a fan of cards spinning through the air toward the Noxian mage, each projectile crackling with magical energy that disrupted the protective spells surrounding their primary spellcaster. The battle that followed was unlike their earlier personal combat, lacking the emotional intensity that had driven their confrontation, but possessing a tactical coordination that seemed to emerge automatically from years of shared experience. Despite their recent fight and unresolved conflict, muscle memory took over as they moved in patterns that had been refined through countless operations, each man instinctively covering the other's weaknesses while maximizing their combined effectiveness. Graves advanced with methodical aggression, using Destiny's overwhelming firepower to suppress enemy movement while creating opportunities for his partner to exploit. Twisted Fate provided mobile harassment and tactical flexibility, his magical cards disrupting enemy formations and creating openings that Graves could exploit with devastating effect. Their enemies were professional soldiers, well-trained and properly equipped, but they had not anticipated facing opponents who fought with such perfect synchronization, despite having just been engaged in personal combat. The coordination between Twisted Fate and Graves transcended conscious cooperation, representing a partnership so deeply ingrained that it functioned even when their conscious minds were focused on conflict rather than collaboration. The fight was brief but intense, ending when the surviving Noxians chose tactical withdrawal over continued engagement with opponents who had proven more formidable than intelligence reports had suggested. The captain's final words before departing carried promise of future encounters and warnings about the consequences of interfering with Imperial operations. But for the moment, the immediate threat had been neutralized. In the aftermath of violence, as dust settled and the sound of retreating hoofbeats faded into the distance, Twisted Fate and Graves found themselves standing side by side for the first time in years, their weapons still ready but their common enemy departed. The silence that followed was pregnant with possibilities, heavy with recognition of what had just occurred between them. Without conscious decision or formal agreement, they had fought together as partners, their old coordination returning as naturally as breathing, despite everything that had transpired between them. The muscle memory of their partnership had proven stronger than their conscious conflicts, suggesting that some bonds might survive even devastating betrayals if the foundation was strong enough. That was, Twisted Fate began, then stopped. unsure how to finish a sentence that attempted to capture the significance of what had just happened. Just like old times, Graves completed, his voice carrying undertones of surprise that matched his partner's uncertainty. Neither man had expected their collaboration to feel so natural, so immediate, so effortlessly effective, despite the years of separation and conflict that had preceded it. They stood in the desert heat, two men who had just rediscovered something they thought had been permanently lost, wondering if the partnership they had believed destroyed might somehow be salvageable after all. The external threat that had forced them together was gone, but its impact lingered in the recognition that they were still capable of trusting each other when survival demanded it. Perhaps the greatest betrayals could be survived if the bonds beneath them were strong enough, and perhaps forgiveness was sometimes less about conscious choice than about discovering that some connections run too deep to be permanently severed by any single act of treachery. How often do we discover that our deepest relationships survive our worst moments, not through conscious forgiveness, but through instincts that run deeper than rational thought? And can shared danger sometimes reveal truths about ourselves that peace and comfort keep hidden? Chapter 10. Understanding and Forgiveness. In the quiet that follows violence, when adrenaline fades and the dust of conflict settles into stillness, the human heart sometimes finds space for conversations that seemed impossible only moments before. Tonight, let us witness how two men who had believed their bond irreparably broken discovered that some truths can only be spoken after we have fought side by side against common enemies, and that forgiveness sometimes begins not with grand gestures, but with the simple willingness to listen without judgment. Picture yourself in the cooling shadows of the oasis as the desert sun begins its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose that soften the harsh landscape where their reconciliation would unfold. The violence of their personal combat and their shared battle against the Noxians had stripped away the carefully constructed defenses that both men had maintained for years, leaving them emotionally raw, but also open to possibilities they had not dared to consider. Twisted Fate was the first to break the silence that had settled between them like a fragile bridge spanning years of pain and misunderstanding. "Thank you," he said quietly, his voice carrying none of the smooth confidence that had once been his trademark, but instead holding the simple honesty of a man who had been reminded what true partnership meant. Graves studied his former partner's face, searching for signs of the manipulation and calculated charm that had once been such natural parts of Tobias's personality. But what he saw instead was genuine gratitude, mixed with a vulnerability that suggested the years of exile had taught hard lessons about the value of loyalty and the cost of its absence. "Don't thank me yet," Graves replied, his tone lacking the edge of anger that had characterized their earlier confrontation. "We still have things to settle between us." The acknowledgement that there were indeed things to settle, rather than simply wrongs to be avenged, represented a subtle but significant shift in how both men viewed their situation. It suggested the possibility of resolution rather than mere retribution, of healing rather than simply the infliction of justice through pain. They settled into positions that allowed them to face each other while maintaining the defensive awareness that years of dangerous living had made automatic. The familiar weight of their weapons remained within easy reach, but neither man felt the immediate threat that had characterized their earlier encounters. Something had changed between them during their shared battle, creating space for conversations that had been impossible while they viewed each other purely as adversaries. "I need you to understand," Twisted Fate began, his words chosen with the careful precision of a man who knew he might not get another opportunity to explain himself. "What happened that night wasn't about not trusting you or not caring about our partnership. It was about fear, pure and simple. I was terrified." Graves listened without interruption, recognizing that his former partner was struggling to find words for experiences that had been compressed and distorted by years of guilt and rationalization. The man before him was no longer the smooth-talking confidence artist who could manipulate any situation to his advantage, but someone who had been humbled by the consequences of his choices and was attempting to offer truth rather than justification. "I know you were afraid, Graves said eventually, his voice carrying understanding that surprised both of them. The locker gave me plenty of time to think about that night, to replay every detail and try to understand how things went so wrong so fast. I know Raffin set us up, put us in a position where there were no good choices. The acknowledgement that there had indeed been no good choices available was like a weight lifting from Twisted Fate's shoulders, the first indication he had received in years that someone else understood the impossible situation he had faced. But it also reminded him that understanding the circumstances did not necessarily excuse the choice he had made within those circumstances. But you would have chosen differently, Twisted Fate said, not as an accusation, but as a statement of fact that both men knew to be true. You would have found a way for us to face it together, even if it meant we both went down. Graves considered this assertion carefully, examining his own character and motivations with the kind of honest self-assessment that his years of imprisonment had forced him to develop. Maybe, he said finally, or maybe I would have panicked just like you did. Maybe I just had the luxury of never being tested the way you were. The admission that he might have failed the same test under similar circumstances was extraordinarily generous coming from a man who had spent years dreaming of revenge against the partner who had betrayed him. It suggested that their shared battle had reminded him not just of their tactical compatibility, but of the deeper bonds of understanding and empathy that had made their friendship possible in the first place. No, Twisted Fate said firmly, shaking his head with conviction that seemed to come from deep knowledge of his former partner's character. You've got something inside you that I don't have, something that makes you choose the hard right over the easy wrong, even when it costs you everything. The praise was painful to hear, because it was offered without self-pity or expectation of reciprocation, simply as an honest assessment of character differences that had become clear through the crucible of their separation. Graves found himself looking at a man who had learned to see his own weaknesses clearly without making excuses for them, who had gained wisdom through suffering even if that wisdom had come too late to prevent the original betrayal. I spent years hating you for what you did, Graves admitted, his own confession carrying weight equal to his partner's earlier admissions. But I think I was also hating you for being human, for having the same fears and weaknesses that I was afraid I might have. It was easier to believe you were a monster than to accept that good people sometimes make terrible choices. This insight struck both men with the force of revelation, illuminating aspects of their conflict that neither had fully understood during the years of pursuit and exile. The anger that had driven Graves across continents had not been simple desire for revenge, but also a desperate need to prove that loyalty and honor were absolute values that could not be compromised by circumstances, no matter how dire. The worst part, Twisted Fate said, his voice barely above a whisper, was knowing that you were right to hate me. I became everything I'd always despised, a criminal without honor, a partner who couldn't be trusted, a man who chose his own comfort over his friend's life. Every day in exile reminded me of what I'd lost, and what I'd chosen instead. The pain in his voice was so genuine and so deep that it cut through years of carefully maintained anger and resentment, forcing Graves to confront the reality that his former partner had suffered his own form of imprisonment, trapped not in a physical cell, but in the psychological prison of guilt and self-recrimination that had defined his years of exile. You know what the strangest part was? Graves asked, his tone reflective rather than accusatory. Even in the locker, even when I was planning what I would do to you when I found you, part of me still missed having you as a partner, still missed the way we could read each other's thoughts, the way we complemented each other's skills. I hated you, but I also couldn't forget why I'd cared about you in the first place. This admission seemed to break something open in Twisted Fate, allowing emotions that he had suppressed for years to finally surface. Tears that he had not shed since the night of his betrayal began to flow freely, carrying with them the accumulated weight of guilt, loss, and desperate hope for redemption that had defined his existence since their partnership's end. I never stopped missing it either, he said through his tears. Every job I did alone, every partner I tried to work with, every moment when I needed someone to watch my back or understand my thinking, I missed you. I missed us. I missed who I was when I was worthy of your trust. The raw honesty of this confession, delivered without artifice or manipulation, touched something in Graves that years of anger had not quite managed to destroy. He found himself remembering not just the betrayal, but all the years that had preceded it, the countless moments of shared danger and triumph that had forged their partnership into something approaching brotherhood. Maybe that's what we need to figure out, Graves said slowly, his words carrying the weight of careful consideration. Not how to go back to who we were, because that's impossible after everything that's happened, but how to become worthy of each other's trust again. The suggestion that renewal might be possible, that their partnership might be rebuilt on foundations strengthened rather than weakened by their trials, offered both men hope they had not dared to entertain in years. It would not be easy, and it would require both of them to change in fundamental ways, but the alternative, continuing to live with the emptiness that had defined their separation, seemed far worse than the difficulty of attempting reconciliation. I don't know if I deserve another chance, Twisted Fate said, his voice carrying uncertainty, but also a tentative hope that had been absent during his years of exile. I don't know if either of us deserves it, Graves replied. But maybe that's not the right question. Maybe the right question is whether we're willing to earn it, whether we're willing to do the work of becoming the kind of partners and friends that we should have been all along. As the desert sun continued its descent toward the horizon, painting their oasis refuge in shades of gold and crimson, two men who had believed their friendship dead began to discover that some bonds, tested by betrayal and strengthened by forgiveness, could emerge from the fire stronger than they had been before. The conversation that would reshape their relationship was just beginning, but already they could sense possibilities that neither had dared to imagine during their years of separation. The road back to trust would be long and difficult, marked by setbacks and moments of doubt, but for the first time in years, it seemed like a road worth traveling together. When we find ourselves face to face with those we have wronged, or who have wronged us, how do we create space for the vulnerability that true forgiveness requires? And can understanding our shared humanity sometimes become the foundation for relationships that are stronger than those that have never been tested by betrayal? Chapter 11. Rekindled Brotherhood. The rebuilding of trust is not accomplished through grand declarations or momentary insights, but through the accumulation of small choices, daily acts of faith, and the gradual recognition that the person before you has indeed changed in ways that matter. Tonight, let us witness how two men who had rediscovered the possibility of friendship began the delicate work of reconstructing their partnership, one careful step at a time, learning that the bonds forged in youth could be strengthened rather than merely restored through the wisdom gained from suffering. Picture yourself following two figures as they make their way through the markets and taverns of distant cities, their movements coordinated but cautious, their interaction marked by the careful courtesy of former enemies learning to become allies once again. The easy familiarity that had once characterized their partnership was gone, replaced by something more deliberate but also potentially more durable, a collaboration built on conscious choice rather than simple assumption. Their first job together after their desert reconciliation was small by the standards they had once set for themselves. A straightforward confidence game targeting a corrupt merchant who was exploiting refugees from the ongoing conflicts in distant Ionia. The mark was despicable enough that neither man felt moral qualms about relieving him of his ill-gotten gains, but the real purpose of the operation was not financial but therapeutic, an opportunity to discover whether they could still function as partners without the unconscious trust that had once made their coordination seem effortless. The planning phase revealed both how much and how little had changed between them. Their analytical approaches to problem-solving remained perfectly complementary, with Twisted Fate's intuitive understanding of human psychology, balancing Graves' methodical assessment of tactical realities. But where they had once shared ideas freely and built upon each other's suggestions without hesitation, they now found themselves second-guessing their own instincts and carefully measuring their words before speaking. What if we approach him at the textile market instead of the tavern? Twisted Fate suggested during one of their strategy sessions, then immediately added, "But I defer to your judgment if you think the tavern provides better tactical advantages. The automatic deference was both touching and painful, a reminder that their former easy equality had been replaced by a dynamic where the betrayed party held moral authority that made genuine partnership difficult to achieve. Graves recognized this pattern and made conscious efforts to restore the balance that had once made their collaboration so effective. "The textile market is better," he replied firmly. "More escape routes, better cover, and our mark will be focused on business rather than socializing. Your read on the situation is solid." These small affirmations and conscious efforts to rebuild intellectual equality gradually began to restore something resembling their old dynamic, though it remained fragile and required constant attention from both parties. They were learning to be partners again, but it was a skill that had to be consciously practiced rather than instinctively exercised. The execution of their plan went smoothly, their coordinated efforts achieving exactly the results they had anticipated through their careful preparation. But more importantly, the operation demonstrated that they could still trust each other in situations where their individual safety depended on their partner's competence and commitment. When Twisted Fate needed Graves to create a distraction at precisely the right moment, it happened exactly as planned. When Graves needed his partner to extract sensitive information through psychological manipulation, the performance was flawless. As they celebrated their modest success in a tavern, far from the scene of their crime, both men felt the satisfaction that came not just from professional achievement, but from the rediscovery of capabilities they had feared might be permanently lost. They were different people than they had been during their first partnership, marked by experiences that had changed them in fundamental ways, but those changes seemed to have enhanced rather than diminished their potential for collaboration. "It felt good," Graves admitted, as they shared a drink that tasted of victory and possibility. "Working with someone who understands how I think, who can anticipate what I need before I have to ask for it. I'd forgotten how much I missed that." Twisted Fate nodded, his expression carrying a mixture of relief and cautious optimism. "I kept waiting for you to change your mind," he said honestly. "Kept expecting you to remember why you hated me and walk away. But you didn't. You kept your word, even when it would have been easier not to." The acknowledgement of Graves' consistency and reliability was important, not just as praise, but as recognition that trust was indeed being rebuilt through demonstrated behavior rather than empty promises. Each successful collaboration, each moment when they chose partnership over individual advantage, each decision to remain committed, despite the emotional difficulty involved, added another layer to the foundation they were constructing together. Their second job was more ambitious, requiring them to infiltrate a gathering of criminals who were planning to exploit political instability in a distant province. The operation demanded the kind of long-term planning and complex coordination that had once been their specialty, but it also required each man to place his life in his partner's hands in ways that tested the limits of their rebuilt trust. This time, there were no obvious mistakes or miscommunications, but there were moments when the weight of their shared history created tensions that threatened to compromise their effectiveness. When Twisted Fate found himself in a position where he could have extracted valuable information for his own use while leaving his partner at a tactical disadvantage, the temptation to prioritize his own interests was powerful and immediate. But instead of succumbing to old patterns, he made conscious choices that demonstrated his commitment to their renewed partnership. He shared information freely, positioned himself to support Graves' objectives, even when it meant accepting personal risk, and passed up opportunities for individual gain that might have undermined their collective success. These choices did not go unnoticed. Graves observed his partner's behavior with the careful attention of a man who had learned the hard way to watch for signs of betrayal, but what he saw was consistent evidence of genuine change. Twisted Fate was not just trying to atone for past failures, but was actively working to become the kind of partner worthy of the trust that Graves was gradually learning to extend again. Their success in the operation was complete, but more importantly, it proved that they could handle complex, high-stakes situations without falling back into the patterns that had led to their original downfall. They had developed new communication protocols, new methods for ensuring mutual accountability, and new safeguards against the kind of fear-driven decision-making that had once destroyed their partnership. As their reputation for effective collaboration began to spread once again through the criminal networks they had once dominated, opportunities for increasingly ambitious projects began to present themselves. Crime lords who remembered their legendary partnership started approaching them with offers that carried the kind of prestige and profit that had once defined their careers. But both men approached these opportunities with a wisdom that their younger selves had lacked. They were more selective about the jobs they accepted, more careful about the clients they worked with, and more conscious of the long-term consequences of their actions. Their partnership had been tempered by betrayal and loss, but it had also been strengthened by the knowledge that what they had rebuilt together was too precious to risk through carelessness or greed. "We're different now," Twisted Fate observed during one of their planning sessions, his words carrying reflection rather than regret. "More careful, more conscious of what we're risking every time we work together. Is that necessarily a bad thing?" Graves considered the question seriously, weighing the benefits of their increased wisdom against the costs of their lost innocence. "No," he said finally. "I think it makes us better, more reliable, more trustworthy, more aware of what really matters. We're not just partners now, we're partners who chose each other again after knowing exactly what the costs could be." This insight captured something essential about their renewed relationship. They were no longer friends simply because circumstances had thrown them together, or because they had never been seriously tested. They were friends because they had survived the worst that could happen between them and had consciously chosen to rebuild something better from the wreckage. Their new partnership was marked by rituals and safeguards that their younger selves would have found unnecessary or even insulting. They established protocols for sharing information, systems for ensuring mutual accountability, and regular conversations about their feelings and concerns that would have seemed unthinkably vulnerable during their first collaboration. But these apparent limitations were actually sources of strength, creating structures that supported their renewed trust rather than constraining it. By acknowledging their human fallibility and creating systems to account for it, they had built a partnership that was more durable and more honest than their original collaboration had ever been. As the months passed and their renewed partnership proved its worth through increasingly successful operations, both men began to understand that they had not simply recovered what they had lost, but had gained something that was qualitatively different and potentially more valuable. They had learned that true partnership required not just complementary skills and mutual trust, but also the courage to remain vulnerable to each other, despite the risks that vulnerability entailed. Their brotherhood had been rekindled, but it was a flame that burned with different light than before, steadier perhaps, and certainly more conscious of the darkness that could extinguish it if they were not careful to tend it properly. They had learned that the most precious relationships are not those that never face serious challenges, but those that prove strong enough to survive them and emerge transformed rather than merely restored. In the quiet moments between operations, when they sat together in taverns or around campfires, planning their next moves, both men sometimes marveled at the journey that had brought them back together. They had lost innocence but gained wisdom, sacrificed ease but achieved depth, and discovered that some bonds, when properly tended, could indeed become stronger at the broken places. How do we learn to nurture the relationships that have survived our worst moments? And can the conscious choice to trust again sometimes create bonds that are more meaningful than those we simply inherit or stumble into through luck? Chapter 12. The Unbreakable Bond. There are bonds forged in fire that emerge not merely restored, but transformed, strengthened in ways that those who have never faced such trials cannot fully comprehend. Tonight, as our journey through the darkness and light of friendship reaches its conclusion, let us reflect on how two men discovered that the deepest connections between souls are not those that never break, but those that learn to heal stronger than they were before, carrying within them the wisdom that only comes through surviving the unthinkable together. Picture yourself standing once again on the docks of Bilgewater, where our story began in what feels like another lifetime. The salt air carries the same promises of adventure and danger, that once called to two young men seeking their fortunes in a world that rewarded the clever and the bold. But the figures walking these familiar streets now are different from those eager youths who first shook hands over a shared ambition and a mutual recognition of complementary talents. Malcolm Graves and Tobias Felix, Twisted Fate, move through the criminal underworld with an authority and presence that speaks of legends who have earned their reputations through trials that would have destroyed lesser partnerships. Their names are spoken with respect in every port from Bilgewater to the distant shores of Ionia. But more importantly, they are spoken as a single entity, a partnership so perfectly coordinated that attempts to hire one without the other are politely but firmly declined. The years since their desert reconciliation have proven that their renewed partnership was not merely a temporary healing but a fundamental transformation of what partnership could mean. They have faced challenges that would have tested even their original collaboration, navigated dangers that required absolute trust and perfect coordination, and emerged from each trial more certain of their commitment to each other and their shared principles. Their methods have evolved to reflect the hard-won wisdom of their separate journeys. Where their younger selves might have rushed into opportunities motivated by greed or the desire for reputation, they now choose their jobs based on criteria that encompass not just profit but also justice, personal growth, and the opportunity to make the world slightly better than they found it. They have become selective in ways that reflect not just professional maturity but moral development. The scars of their betrayal and reconciliation are still visible to those who know how to look for them. Twisted Fate sometimes hesitates before making decisions that might affect his partner's safety, seeking confirmation and agreement in ways that slow their operations but strengthen their trust. Graves occasionally displays protective instincts that go beyond professional necessity, positioning himself to shield his partner from threats that might never materialize, but could echo their past trauma. But these apparent vulnerabilities have become sources of strength rather than weakness. Their heightened awareness of each other's emotional states allows them to provide support and encouragement precisely when it is needed most. Their conscious attention to trust building creates a foundation of security that allows them to take greater risks and attempt more ambitious operations than they ever could have during their first partnership. They have learned to communicate about more than just tactics and targets. Their conversations now encompass hopes and fears, dreams and regrets, the kinds of intimate sharing that their younger selves would have found impossible or embarrassing. This emotional openness has created depths of understanding that make their professional coordination seem almost telepathic to outside observers. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd had this conversation 20 years ago, Twisted Fate mused during one of their planning sessions, his words carrying reflection rather than regret. If we'd talked about our fears instead of pretending we didn't have any, if we'd been honest about our limitations instead of trying to appear invulnerable. Graves considered the question with the thoughtful attention he now brought to all discussions of their shared past and future. We wouldn't have been ready for it, he replied. We had to become the kind of people who could have that conversation. Maybe everything that happened was necessary for us to become who we needed to be. This perspective, that their trials had been necessary rather than merely unfortunate, represented a maturity of understanding that allowed them to view their painful history as education rather than simply trauma. They had learned lessons about loyalty, forgiveness, and the nature of true partnership that could not have been taught through success alone, but required the crucible of failure and the choice to try again. Their current partnership operates on principles that were forged in the aftermath of betrayal and tested through the process of reconciliation. They have developed systems for accountability that ensure neither man makes unilateral decisions that could affect their shared welfare. They maintain communication protocols that prevent the kind of misunderstandings or hidden fears that might create pressure points where future betrayals could take root. But perhaps most importantly, they have learned to see their partnership not as a given that can be taken for granted, but as a precious gift that must be consciously chosen and actively maintained. Every day they work together is a day they choose each other again, not from habit or convenience, but from genuine appreciation for what they have built together and what it continues to offer them both. The criminal underworld has taken notice of their transformation. Where once they were known simply as supremely skilled operators, they are now recognized as something rarer and more valuable, partners who can be trusted completely, men whose word is absolute, and whose loyalty extends beyond personal advantage to encompass genuine care for each other's welfare and growth. This reputation has brought them opportunities that transcend simple criminal enterprise. They have been asked to mediate disputes between rival organizations, to serve as neutral parties in negotiations where their integrity is valued more highly than their tactical skills, and to mentor younger criminals who seek to build partnerships that might someday approach the depth and reliability of their own collaboration. We've become something neither of us expected, Graves observed, as they walked through Bilgewater's familiar streets after completing another successful operation. Not just partners, not just friends, but something like guardians of what partnership can be when it's done right. The observation carried weight beyond its immediate meaning. They had indeed become exemplars of something that the criminal world rarely saw, a relationship that had survived the worst betrayal imaginable, and emerged not just intact but improved. Their story had become a kind of legend, proof that forgiveness was possible, that trust could be rebuilt, that the bonds between souls could be stronger than the forces that sought to destroy them. Yet for all their success and recognition, the greatest reward of their renewed partnership remained the simple joy of working alongside someone who understood them completely. In the quiet moments between operations, when they sat in taverns sharing drinks in comfortable silence, both men felt the deep satisfaction that came from being truly known and accepted by another person. They had learned that the most profound friendships are not those that never face serious challenges, but those that prove strong enough to survive them and emerge transformed. Their bond had been tested by betrayal, separation, anger, and despair, but it had also been strengthened by forgiveness, understanding, patience, and the conscious choice to value each other above their individual comfort or convenience. The boy who had once been consumed by fear and had chosen treachery over loyalty had become a man who would willingly sacrifice his own interests to protect his partner's welfare. The man who had been consumed by righteous anger and dreams of revenge had learned to extend forgiveness without requiring complete restitution, to value growth over punishment, to choose healing over justice when the two conflicted. As they plan their future operations and consider the legacy they want to leave behind, both men understand that their greatest accomplishment was not any individual heist or con, but the partnership itself. The proof that love can survive betrayal, that trust can be rebuilt after it has been shattered, that the human capacity for growth and change can triumph over the mistakes of the past. Their bond has become unbreakable, not because it has never been tested, but because it has been broken and consciously repaired with materials stronger than the original. They carry within them the knowledge that they have survived the worst that could happen between them and chosen to build something better from the wreckage. Perhaps that is what true friendship means, not the absence of conflict or failure, but the presence of commitment that transcends individual weakness, the choice to see potential rather than just past mistakes, the courage to remain vulnerable to those who have already proven capable of hurting us deeply. They have learned that some bonds, when properly tended and consciously chosen, can indeed become unbreakable, not because they are protected from all harm, but because they have learned to heal stronger than they were before. Their story continues, but its most important chapter has already been written in the space between betrayal and forgiveness, in the desert where two broken men chose to trust each other again, in the gradual accumulation of choices that proved some relationships are worth any effort required to preserve them. In our own lives, when we face the choice between holding on to our hurts or extending our hands toward those who have wounded us, might we remember that the strongest bonds are often those that have been tested by fire and emerged not merely restored but transformed into something more beautiful and more durable than what existed before.